All right, a good Dorset class here. I think the top three kind of pattern up pretty nicely, and you start analyzing these three individually for what they bring out here in the ring. Step back and study this class winner. Really blowed apart. Got tons of power to him in respective to this breed. Round-ribbed. Ideally, I'd like to make him tight or hide-in and a tick more attractive from the side, but you study him in terms of his chest floor, underline, he's way better there than our second-place sheep. The second one, I had him winning from the get-go, and then I study him. The longer we stayed in here, the deeper chested he got on me. One that's phenomenal in terms of touch and hide and pelt and his presentation today. He looks extremely good, but we get to looking at that front third, and he's a little deeper, a little more mature than the class winner. I think in terms of power, they're very, very comparable in terms of power and shape and fat cover. So we're going to go with one that's a little more attractive, or a little shallower, a little more unique on the profile on the side versus the pretty one. The next sheep just kind of fell in there. I mean, not much wrong with this one, just giving up some power, some mass, some overall just weight and size. Compared to them other two. Very attractive sheep from the side, really cool made. Just need to add some more power and more expressive touch to be more competitive. That's where 4 comes in. This guy right here, nothing like him in the class. Big back, big hipped, super ripped. If we can make him and just make him a notch bigger out here. I know it's tough when you only got one class. He wins the lightweights, and then he's got to run against the heavies and for the breed drive, and you study him individually, and he gets a little short and steep in his hip when we get him on the move. Kind of gets a little coarse and mature up there in the front end as well, but this guy's pretty unique. You don't see many with this much power in this breed. This sheep right here just kind of rolled in there and fell in there. Super smooth, really pretty from the side, just needs more power to compete with the ones ahead of him. Good class. Give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Judge. Placings on our Dorset single class. First goes to Macy Hensley. Second to Brecken Nelson. Third to Vanessa Jones. Fourth to Braxton Young. Fifth to Olivia Luna. Sixth to Weston Cohen. Seventh to Braylon Durham. Eighth to Hayden Smarsh. Ninth to Briley Rose. They've also asked me to remind you that the Kansas Junior Livestock Show would like to have you get a backdrop picture of your champion and reserves of all of the market lambs. So like the Dorset champion and reserve, etc., on through the rest of the day. Your champions of divisions and breeds, please. Take them at the backdrop.
Second and last call. Second and last call, class 3.
Challenging class, the South Downs, with all the variation out here. This kind of apples and oranges, and you study these sheep. We got some really stout kind of club lamb type, some a little more frame sheep type, and everything in the middle. I think when we look at them just as far as a good, complete, high-quality one, the little sheep we win with, I really like how this one balances out. He runs uphill. Beautiful sheep as far as that front two-thirds of his body. He's level, he's square hip. Ideally, we just like to add a bunch more hip to this guy and make him powerful back there in the rear end. But from the side, this one's pretty stunning, and I think he's going to win the class. This sheep here in second just kind of keeps holding his own out here, and you, you study him, get back over the top of him. He's probably got a little more shape to that center stifle, center hip over our class winner. Bigger framed, wider bodied, bigger footed sheep over the class winner, but you get on the side, deeper chested. He's a little plainer fronted and a little more mature. But this one, I think, logically kind of lands there in third. The sheep here in second. The sheep here in third, kind of the power sheep of the class. You study this one. Back two-thirds are phenomenal. Big hip, big square hip to him. Got a big top and rack. Love his rib shape. We get him on the move. He runs downhill. He gets deeper chested. With all that power, we just like to raise him up in his front end. If we do that, he runs to the top of the class. I just need to make his front end just a notch better. 3 and 4 and 5, you look at these two. They're very large frame. Beautiful sheep from the side. We get over the top of him. We just got to add more power to this frame. Kind of what I call the northern style sheep, South Down right here in terms of just really pretty, really elevated, really extended. Just need a notch more power and punch all the way through. But a good class. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Attention in the barn. At the hair sheep class, at the conclusion of the hair sheep market lamb class, they are taking a 30-minute lunch break. So up through hair sheep from this point, the show will continue, then a 30-minute break. And the show then will resume. Your placings on the first class of South Down. First goes to Quinlan Yoho. Your second to Deacon Cunningham. Your third to Claire Lee Henderson. Your fourth to Isabel Wright. Your fifth to Caddy McComb. Your sixth place, Ella Stetson. And your seventh, Kipton McTaggart. Now we're on our Your final class of South Down is in the ring. There'll be a championship drive right after.
First and second call, class 4. First and second call, class 4, speckle pig.
An interesting class of downs here. The young man sheep that wins, one that just kind of has worked his way up through the class. You study him, there's not a lot wrong with him in terms of just being a good balanced sheep that has got some frame size, some bone work, and just kind of keeps everything. Ideally, I'd like to make him a little harder to the touch, be a little more athletic in his appearance, but a good stout one here to win the class. Sheep in second kind of falls in here. You step back off and compare the two. He's deeper chested, he's shorter sided, but he handles much better in terms of correctness of condition and expression of muscle. Good pair right there to start the class with. The one I really like is the one in three. You study this one as far as his body goes. Extremely good, shallow, big top, big hip. You look at his breed character, this one, being a Southdown breeder myself, I'm going to kind of put my foot down on him and just say he don't have much down in him. But that one's built extremely well. This sheep right here, lots of power to this one. I just wish he was firmer to the touch. I wish he was just had a little more athlete. He just needs to get ran. We exercise this one and get him fired up. He'll move a lot closer to the top than he is today. But he's got lots of power, lots of look to him. This sheep right here in five, you study this one. He's tall, he's long, he's extended, but he just needs more punch and power for me. Good class out here. Give him a nice round of applause for a good set of Southdowns.
Placings on that class, first to Jackson Bear. Second to Corey Henson. Third place, Deacon Cunningham. Fourth place, Olivia Luna. Fifth place, Macy Lewis. Sixth, Brindley Bodenhausen. Seventh, Caitlin Geyer. Now your championship Southdown Drive. Grand.
Last call, class 4 speckled pig.
me some. All right, in our down breed, we get these out here. The one that won first class from the side, from the stands right in this area. This one's pretty stunning. Really cool made. Runs uphill, balances out extremely well. I like the way this one's built. Ideally for me, I'd like to add more hip and power to this one. I think you do that, and you can play with him at Louisville or wherever you want to go down the road with him right there. But a really, really attractive one there. Our heavyweight, that guy just kind of kept hanging in there, and just a good, solid, stout sheep. He don't blow you away anywhere, but he's good and solid everywhere. Our lightweight will be our champion. We'll come back to the heavyweight, and he'll be reserve. There we go.
First call, class 5, speckled face. Second call, class 5, speckled face. Second call.
We've had a confusion in the south down. We'll need first and second in both classes to come back to the ring directly after he places the class. Confusion can only be solved by the judge, and he wants them back. It's his call. So please bring the first and second of your south down classes back to the holding area, please. Thank you.
Last call, class 5, special case, Grant Williams.
Another one of those classes with some variation in it. When we get to the top 5, I think this pair right here, there's some give and take in those two. You study them. What really separates it for me is when I get up over the top of class 1 and just really touch and handle and analyze how much power that he's got over number 2. This sheep's big rack, big loin, way bigger hip than him versus our second place sheep. You get to the side of him, he's a tick shorter bodied, but he's a tick, I want to say a tick deeper chested, but not by much. You know, both those sheep are getting some maturity about him. He holds his neck better. His neck comes high and straight out of his shoulders. Again, there's some give and take in these two, but I think we kind of wind up with a more complete market sheep here to win the class. Super smooth class or second place sheep, just really great hided, great to the touch. You touch him, you get behind him, not near the big hip. You can see the big hip on the one walking away. Not quite as much right there in that pin set. That loin's getting a little dry and a little flatter than the class winner. But there's some eye appeal and some height and some good look to this guy, and I think he definitely needs to be in contention here in our spec class. When we study 3, 4, and 5, we've got a sheep here with lots of power, lots of muscle, getting a little shorter neck, deeper chested, kind of a little more conventional in that front end. His back 2/3 are really, really good, probably as good as anybody out here. Big loin, big fresh loin in this guy, big hip, really wide pin. We've got 2 sheep here in 4 and 5 that just need more power, more thickness overall. This guy here in 4, when you study him, at first I had him a notch higher, but he's kind of, look at his head, look at his maturity, and just kind of the way he's kind of moving around the ring, and just we analyze him. He's just getting a little stale in his appearance right now today. We got 1 and 5, just needs a shot more power and more thickness all the way through. But a good class. Give him a nice round of applause.
What are we doing now? Are the Southdowns coming in to get that straightened out? Go ahead on my account. I'll quickly announce your speckle while they're coming in. First to Lake and Nash. Second to Morgan Harvey. Third to Mason Dean Jenkins. Fourth, Ella Henderson. Your fifth was Jaden Parks. And your sixth, Sloan Spader. Seventh, Michaela Ellis. And eighth, Grayson Weimer. Your champion, Quinlan Yoho, congratulations. Your reserve, 5723. Deacon Cunningham. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, exhibitors. Now entering should be our second class of speckle face sheep. There'll be a division championship right after this class, I believe. Then the hair sheep will follow with a single class, and at that point there will be a 30-minute break after the hair sheep, a lunch break, 30 minutes, before we start the black face division.
before.
It was pretty interesting how much bigger the second place lamb was. The first, so it looked obvious.
It did.
And those are the two.
Yeah.
It didn't switch. It's
No,
exactly
he
the
did.
same.
Well, he picked the same two lambs he did before, but we
Same.
had a mark. We had a mark wrong because he said the
Because of where
champion
they were standing.
Yes,
he called
exactly.
it.
Exactly.
It led to a miscommunication.
Yeah.
It happens. But the proper way to do it is
It's a livestock show. If this is the only thing that goes wrong, we're champions.
it works out.
You know, it's not as vicious as it was.
First call, class 6, hair. First call, class 6, hair division.
We used to always check here.
Parents, you can help us out a lot. If you get to re-enter the ring with a lamb, make sure they have the correct showman's tag on their belt. We'd all like to take blame, but things happen, and we'll just start with the parents on this one. We didn't change tags. How's that sound? Then I sound better, right? No, not really. But it works out. Check those tags, make sure the exhibitor showing the animal has the correct tag for that animal when they come in.
All right, a good class of specs. The young man brought us a really nice one to win this class. Super smooth, great pattern. Just really like the touch on this sheep and just the overall power and dimension. Puts everything together pretty nicely. Not a lot wrong with that one. We study the sheep in 2 through 5, excuse me. You can just see these sheep are starting to get more mature. They're a little coarser in their head, and that kind of carries down the neck into the front end. And as we get more mature, we get a little more bold and deeper chested and bolder fronted. But the one here in the second, I think, follows in logically in terms of touch and correctness of condition, muscle expression. Just a really good, complete one right there. The one in 3 is just a notch longer sided. I give her that advantage, but you step back, you study him. He's deeper chested. He's a little shorter necked. This one touches with a pretty good touch. Lots of power front to rear. We got to like this one to roll there in 3rd. Our 4th place lamb, one that there's times I like him, times I don't. You know, it just depends on the look and his construction and the way he's put together. He looks pretty good right here. He's got a big rack. He's got quite a bit of power, good center rib to him. Lots and lots of bone to go. Just one that there's times he needs to pretty up and just be a little more of a show sheep. Some of that goes with maturity. Like I said, these sheep are getting older and a little coarser at this stage. Same with 5. You got this one. He's up off the ground. He's long-sided. He's extended. We just need more power with that skeleton today. But a good class. Give him a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Your final placings on the second class of speckle-faced lambs. First goes to Graham Williams. Second, Elena Henry. Third, Mia Boy. Fourth, Alan Boyd. Fifth, Diva Summers. Sixth, Dexter Sumner. Seventh, Carly Gibb. And eighth, Tate Gibb. And ninth, Dora Cyphers. Congratulations. We're now on the championship speckled drive.
So then he pulls into the spot that he's supposed to, and I correct him because I'm like, oh no, you go back over here. I know, it was my screw. I sent him on the pole, but exactly, like that was the order in which they were over there into the gate. First, so I was like, I don't know. He did. I should have left him alone. He was.
Good set of specs here. You study these 2 front row. We got 2 class winners up here. Really good. The one won the last class. I really like this guy a lot. Great pattern, just a super good show sheep. You study him, you can't really criticize him by any means. Kind of the same that won the lightweights. You look at this one, maybe not quite as smooth in his overall pattern in his loin, kind of in his transition there in his front end, but I think a great pair. We're going to use our heavyweight for champion and our class winning lightweight for reserve.
We're going to line him up that way every single time now. Okay. Okay.
Your champion speckle, congratulations, Graham William. And your reserve, Lakin Nash. Congratulations to both exhibitors on your good speckle lambs. Last coming in now, the next class is our hair division. It'll be a single class, and then we will break right after that for 30 minutes for lunch.
Hey, there's only one class with the bulb sheet.
All right, a good set of hair sheep. Y'all kind of go that way a little bit. There you go. We got a camera over here trying to film you guys. All right, as we study these hair sheep, a lot of mixing and matching here. I think we got the better carcass animal right here at the top of the class. Really long-sided, extended. Got some frame to her. You can see all that natural power and thickness got back there in the back end. I think this one's it pretty handily. Little give and take here in 2 and 3. I think our second place sheep, maybe a notch better show sheep today, wants to present himself better, really out on his corners, round ribbed, got enough power for me to be here in the second hole. Just a good, solid, complete Dorper sheep. The one in third, I really like this sheep a lot. He just didn't helping us out any as far as being a show sheep and presenting himself today. Touch is really good, big rack, very correct in his condition. Now he's starting to cooperate right there. You can see what I see in him. Nicely balanced, just a really good Dorper to land in third. The 1 in 4, we talked about his eating disorder and his issues a while ago, and just a really stout one, just a touch soft right now. We just need to lean him up. We got 1 in 5, a good hair sheep right here. Just add a little more touch to him as far as maybe a notch more covered, a little more expression of muscle, but a good class. Give him a nice round of applause for a nice set of Dorpers. Lunchtime.
Placing first and champion hair sheep is Zachary Marcy. Your second in reserve is Braden Robinson. Third is Kaysen Robinson. Fourth is Macy Lewis. Finishing out the class, Kaysen Robinson is fifth. That will be it for 30 minutes. We'll see you back.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovalus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these two. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovalus Vista Once SQ. There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these two. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
How are we doing in the makeup area? Are we ready when we're ready over here? Good. Thank you. Get a
First call, Class 8. First call, Class 8.
This will be the start of the blackface division here in just a moment. If you'll notice, we do have them split, I believe, every couple classes. There'll be a championship on weight division as we move through the afternoon. And unlike the U show, we will finish the market show right here. There will be a top 5 Grand and Reserve, I believe, picked here when we're done this afternoon. So as soon as the judge gets in the ring, we'll be ready to go.
That's like OYE. They wait till they have their big grand deal.
That's what the state fair here is. They take all of the lands, all the breeds, champions. If I was a kid coming, I might end up over there. You know, they've got it. They don't. So we've got Division 5 is a division. Okay, they are in division. And it's Division 5, 6, 7. Okay, good. So I'm going to write that so the banners are saying it this way.
really good class to start off our blackface show with. Study this sheep right here. I think this one wins pretty easily. Just a really good built one that's up off the ground, big-footed, shallow-chested, just really, really good built. Touch is extremely good, very correct, very smooth and fresh. Wins the class pretty handily, and I think we fall in with this sheep, probably our second heaviest, most powerful sheep in the class. Like the blue sheep quite a bit, maybe not quite got some of the bells and whistles that we got in our class winner, but I think this one logically lands here in the second. Really cool, cool made one here in third, and you study him from the side, and you really like this one. Just kind of everything he's got. You get up over the top of him, study him from his shoulder down to his pin set and everything, giving up some power to the other two in the class. Giving up some power to the other two in this class. Here's another one, just fits right in here, same style, same look from the profile, doesn't quite have the power to compete with the three ahead of him, but this guy's pretty good. Just give him a little more time. Got a little greener sheep here in 5. Good profiling sheep, just needs more time, needs more power and more thickness. Good class.
First call, class 9. First call, class 9. Blackface.
I'm using cards. I'm going to mark 1 and 2 or 5, and that's it. Your placings on the first class blackface market lambs. First goes to Emery Yoho. Second, Aiden Cunningham. Third, Aiden Cunningham. Fourth, Faith Marcy. Your fifth place, Maddox Monty. Sixth, Garrett Dunn. Seventh, Emma Burns. Eighth, Jacob Cockroft. Ninth, Brigg Shoemaker. 10, Keaton Waymeyer. 11th, Catherine Tevington. 12th, Michelle Tevington. 13th, Grayson Waymeyer. 14th, Kylie Bassey. And 15th, Elena Wolford.
All right, we got another class here with a sheep that just really runs his way to the top. You study this guy, super smooth, really balanced, really complete, very eye-catching. One that doesn't disappoint you when you put your hands on him, gets over the top of him. He's got plenty of power, plenty of dimension. Really go sheep right here to win the class. A little give and take here in the next three. We're going to go with one that's just got a notch more power from front to rear. Blowed apart a tick more, maybe isn't quite as pretty, but I think for the amount of power that he overpowers the two behind him, we're going to give up just a notch of that look at this point, but a really good stout featured one. The blue sheep here in third is one that, I had him in the second hole, and I start comparing these two, and I get up over the top of him, and he's just giving up quite a bit of overall dimension to the third place sheep, but I do like him from the side better. Shallower made, really better profiling sheep, just a really good, nice one. The one in four, you step back, he's really cool looking. This kind wins, 5, 8, 10 years ago for sure. Today, we just like to give him more middle, more rear flank, just kind of blow him apart and add a little more flank to this one. I think he moves up higher in this class. He just needs a shot more power. All the power in the world's in 5. You study this guy, and he is super thick, but he's a little more jammed up, shorter neck, just more compact than we need to be. Good class. Give him a nice round of applause.
I know the top 5 are right. Double check me on the rest. I'm not sure the numbers for the rest of them are right.
I don't know. I'll just read them and we'll go. Because I can't tell from here. You're doing fine.
We're moving quickly now.
I was just handed a set of, I assume, car keys. If someone wants to have their car back, other than I get a drive home tonight, you might come up and check your pockets and let me know. It has a key fob, is what it is, and it talks about Acura roadside. Found in the far corner of the show ring here at the sheep place. You might check your pockets. Placings on that last class. First went to Addison Belt. Second, Helen Habian. Third, Esmeralda Franklin. Fourth, Cooper Newby. Fifth, Esmeralda Franklin. Sixth, Quinn Bragg. Not sure I have us. Next in line was Ellie Winchester. Then Emma Burns at ninth. I missed a seventh, I think. I'll just read the girls, the names off. We may be one placing off. So it goes from Emma Burns down to Garrett Dunn, Kinsley Mason, Brecken Edgerton, Laudry Loss, Ellie Pepperton, Miley Baumgartel, Ellie Dillinger, and Royce Coing. It was a good class. Thank you for taking the time to understand. We're out here for our championship drive in Division 2, actually, of the Blackface, or on your pamphlets, Division 5.
first call, class 10, black bay.
All right, when you study these in the division drive and you look at them, two that won their class pretty handily, and the first class winner, just a real elegant sheep, very eye appealing. One, when you handle this guy, I love his touch, how fresh he is. Not quite on those loin edges, not quite fresh on those loin edges as I'd like to see. Maybe freshen him up a notch right there. Balances up extremely nice. Just a really good, high quality sheep. We're gonna pick on him in the drive, and we got to kind of sort things out. The one that won the last class, you study him, just really good, really smooth, complete. Not freakish shallow, but not deep. You know, he's just kind of parallel in his lines. He's one that to me is just a good, complete, balanced sheep that has a lot of bells and whistles to him as well. Maybe a little fresher in his top. Doesn't quite have that silky touch that we've got in the class 1 sheep, but a notch better there in the loin. To me, there's a lot of, you're splitting hairs here. A lot of personal preference comes into this. Tough decision, probably one of the tougher decisions we've made up to this point at this show. So we're going to use our Class 2 for champion and our Class 1 for reserve. Good pair of sheep.
Yes, yes. Class 2.
Your champion was Addison Belt. Your reserve was Emery Yoho. Number 7, Keys. Yeah, what kind of car is it? Something like that.
Thank you.
Okay, was that our first division?
so the camera can see you guys. Well, really, really good trio right here. And, you know, if you want to argue with me on them, I don't really care. I mean, it's one of those things that you pick your poison in this set of three right here. The more I study them, the more we analyze them and pick them apart, I think we've got the combination sheep to win it pretty easily. Three super high quality sheep, but I think this one presented right there, runs uphill. You study this guy, he's shallow enough. You get him on butt view and he just blows everybody away in terms of overall body width, dimension, mass, hip, top. Super impressive. Was he the one that hit me the hardest to begin with? No. But man, you start looking at this guy, you can pick him apart. You can complain about anything, and man, that one's pretty dang good. Like, he is rock solid, good from front to rear. I think in these two right here, like, that was my big decision. Like, where do I go in second? I know it matters. Matters in the drive, and you study these. This is one of my favorite sheep when we first walked in, and we get these two side by side in butt view and everything, and there's some give and take. This one's front end, I think, excelled that one, and that was what changed my mind. There is some differences in overall power and body width, and I give the advantage to the young man with the three sheep in that. We step back and we study them. It's like, all right, which one takes the best picture? Which one's the most attractive? Which one's maybe the hardest to make? And I think it's probably the 1 and 2. Granted, I'd love to add more power to this guy. I'm a power guy, and I take it all day long. But one that's this freakish fronted, he's out on his corners. He's got rib shape and everything. Just a notch more power from front to rear would really satisfy me a lot better in this way I've got him placed today. I really appreciate this sheep right here, and I hate to put this one third, but I got to place him how I place him. You know, I'm as honest as I can be, and you get my honest opinion when I evaluate a stock show. This young man does a phenomenal job of showing. I think he was my champion showman last night in senior, and he gets them presented as good as anybody. The front end, front third of this sheep bothers me, and that's why he's where he's at. I love the touch and the power and the thickness of this guy. That pair right there is probably going to haunt me for a while. Really good set of sheep here in 4 and 5. You know, they're super sound, super solid, win a lot of classes. You can run up and down the road and win classes or even shows all day long with a pair like this. They just ran into 3 that were super good in this class. We're going to put them 4 and 5 like they stand. Good class. Enjoyed that. Give them all a big round of applause for an excellent set.
Placing first on that class, Lakin Rookstool. Placing second, Emery Yoho. Your third place, Carter Watson. Fourth, Helen Habian. Fifth, Hayden Jones. Sixth, Grady Gleason. Seventh, Marley K. Kramer. Your eighth, Keaton Kermer. Your ninth, Ella Nair. 10th, Brogan Edgerton. 11th, Zadia Summers. 9th, Jessica Berg. 12th. 13th, Ava Blaze. Your 14th, Jackson Strecker.
Second call, class 11, second call.
6'4", 6'7".
I think the Jones has been bringing in some really good sheep. That's a unique one. Doesn't move as good as he looks like he's looking. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looks really good crop.
We got a good set here, not quite as stout as the last class, but you study these 3 sheep and 4 or 5 out here really kind of separate themselves. Young lady stout one here to win the class, really blowed apart. One that's got tremendous turn to that center cage and big back, big hipped. I think wins it just pretty solidly. Young man sheep here in second, one on the move. I really like it. I like the way he presents this lamb. He gets it showed. When we get parked, we kind of overdrive and breaking that loin some, and I wish he'd kind of shake him back on his rear and kind of level that loin and top line out just a little bit, just kind of smooth him up, because right there in that loin we want to break and wrinkle, and that just takes away, kind of makes him a little piecey looking, but that's a pretty good sheep. Young man does a great job of presenting him on the move. This sheep right here, one that's got lots of power to him, you step back and study him, and he just gets a little plain. You know, he's a good show sheep, but in comparison to the 2 ahead of him, he's not quite as shallow, not quite as stretchy or extended, but one that's got some power and just kept staying in here, and we rolled him up in here into 3, not quite as thick as the one ahead of him. We got 2 more sheep right here, real pretty sheep that are very eye appealing, got plenty of balance and look to them and stuff, just don't have the power to match up the 3 ahead of them. Good class. Give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set.
Placings on that class. First goes to Brecken Nelson. Second, Grayson Gleason. Third, Tucker Slade. Fourth, Devia Summers. Fifth, Hadley Jones. Sixth, Brooklyn Kennedy. 7th, Lincoln Nash. 8th, Elsie Stutzman. Your 9th, Rhett Parks. Your 10th, Ethan Henry. 11th, Grayson Gleason. 12th, Zachary Marcy. 13th, Willow Clayman. 14th, Nora Cyphers. And finishing the class 15th is Ava Bales.
Someone steal this. He's probably.
Really good blackface division here, or Division 2. You study these. We talked them in class. That first class, just stellar. Those top 3, I really, really like them. We get them out here. I still like them. An excellent pair right there. An excellent set of 3. I wish we had a top 3 banner for that class right there alone. The heavy in this division, the second class, really like this sheep. super stout. You know, he matches what we've been doing. Getting a little more dehydrated looking in his hide, and he doesn't quite touch as smooth and as hydrated as we like to have. But you can't get around that first class. That set of sheep's really good. We're going to make them champion in reserve.
Your champion goes to Lake and Rookstool, and your reserve, Emery Yoho. Congratulations. Now on to Division 3, Blackface.
First call, class 12. First call, class 12.
Another good class. A lot of high-quality sheep out here, especially in this top 5, top 6 holes. We got some really powerful sheep, bringing a lot of power, a lot of muscle, a lot of body dimension and width. And you study them, they're all very similar in their pattern, their type, kind. I think this one that wins does pretty handily. He caught my eye to begin with, one that is extremely well built. He's out on his corners. He's well presented. Presentation matters sometimes, and he gets this one showed to a T. Never out of place. Just a great job right there. Ideally, I'd like to pull him up in his chest floor just a little bit, especially when he gets on the move. We get into a sheep here, I think follows him. Pretty fault-free in that front 2/3 of his body. We get back here, he's giving up some center and lower stifle to the one that wins the class. Maybe a touch more top shape, but this guy's he is thick. Guarantee it just splitting hairs right there between those two. Really like the profile of this one in third. He's up fronted, he's shallow, very well built. We get him on the move. He doesn't quite impress you maybe quite as much, but this guy's really well built. He's just giving up some power to the two ahead of him when it's all said and done. Maybe blow him apart just a notch more in that center rib, that chest floor, and that'll help some of that, but a really good featured one. We got one right here in 4. Lots of power to this one. Big footed, stout featured one. Getting a little more mature, a little more plain to his overall look, and we get him on the side view, especially that front third of his body, his shoulders up through his head. He's just getting a little plainer at this stage. We got the blue sheep in 5. This one's got some shape to his tip. He wants to roll just a little bit right in there. Isn't quite as fresh in that loin edge. We'd like to freshen him up right through there. Really good class. Give him a nice round of applause for a super competitive class.
Final placings on that class. First goes to Carter Watson.
Class 11, last call, class 11.
Your second was Candace Moeller. Third, Mason Rookstool. Fourth, Haley Sutherland. Haley Sutherland, I apologize. And fifth, Grady Gleason.
Last call, class 12, my apologies.
Sixth is Legacy Murphy. Seventh, Braden Gillespie. Eighth, Olivia Luna. Ninth, Ella Henderson. Your 10th, Emmy Bracken. Your 11th, Braxton Young. 12th, Wyatt Clayman. 13th, Sloan Spader. Your 14th, Jaden Parks. And your 15th, Jackson Ginn.
First call, class 13. First call, class 13, Blackton.
All right, another good challenging class. You get these 4 up to the top, and then you try to pick them apart, and to me, come down with kind of the most complete one right here. The young lady sheep handles like a dream. Best handling sheep out here from front to rear, over his rack, especially through his loin. His loin's super fresh, super fluffy. We get back there. Love him from the side. Ideally, I'd like to add a notch more power all the way through on this guy. He's not light muscle by any means. I'm not saying that. But just for me, a little more maybe like a couple behind him. But he's got some of that stuff that's just really hard to create in terms of profile and look and eye appeal. Touch is what separates it, I think, to me, and getting that handle and that touch right on one that's this size, keeping that loin fresh. They did a really good job with that one. I think this sheep kind of just rolled in there, and like the longer I studied him, the more I started liking this guy. He was down that direction, and I really didn't. He didn't catch me and hit me real hard to begin with, but you look at this guy. He is powered up. He's big-footed. He's just got lots of width in that center body and chest floor, and he's out on his corners, and she does a great job of presenting him. You handle him, he's giving up some freshness, especially in that loin area and down his top. And a lot of that is just management and just bringing him in with a little more cover. They hold together a notch better at the show. But, man, we could freshen him up and give him a better touch. He may win the class. This guy's powered up. He's super thick. I really like him a lot. Really good sheep. Kind of the same scenario on this one right here. You know, I thought it was super close in those two. This guy, you can see it from the stands. His loin isn't right. It's a little dippy right there, a little washed out. He's out on his corners, maybe not quite as extreme as the one that beats him in class, but you really like, I think these 3 patterned up extremely well with each other. You just got to pick the one you like and roll with it. We get down here in 4 and 5. This sheep in 4. Super stout, lots of shag. I mean, they did an awesome job on those boots, getting him presented and in the ring. He just gets a little more mature in that front end. You look at his chest floor and his head and everything, starts to get a little more mature. I like him in his back third of his body a lot. The feel's right. His underline's cool. Really, really neat sheep, just in a super tough class here. We've got a sheep right here in 5, one that's powered up, and he's wide and built the way we like him, just a little plainer from the side when you start comparing him to the 4 that beat him in class. Good class. Give him a nice round of applause.
Final placings. First goes to Kaylee Shoemaker. Second, Kinley Dressler. Third, Ty Jones. Fourth, Piper Ferris. Your 5th, Esmeralda Franklin. Your 6th, Legacy Murphy. 7th, Owen Goldie. 8th, Dexter Sumners. 9th, Court Decker. 10th, Emerson DeGrave. Your 11th, Maddox Monte. 12th, Michelle Tevington. This is your Division 3, as far as the Blackface Weathers Championship drive in front of you.
Another good, really good medium wheel drive right here. Super set. You like all these out here. I'm sure everybody has their favorites. As we study them, and the last class winner, super complete, shallow, modern looking. That one, you get him butt view, and he is packed full of power right there. The young man's that won the first class in this division. Man, this thing handles like a dream. Both these sheep down their top, their loins are fresh. They handle extremely well. This one's presented super nice. I think this is a great pair. You can't split them. Young lady's going to be champion. Young man's going to be reserve. All right. Good job, y'all. Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Your champion goes to Kaylee Shoemaker. Your reserve, Carter Watson. Congratulations. This is our first class in what we call Division 4 Blackface Weathers. Ranges all the way from 155 pounds, and then in the next class up to 170.
First call, class 14, blackface. First call. Second call, class 14. Second call, class 14.
I think another real unique one here in the first hole. You study this guy, his front end, his extension, his shallowness. He's couples that with a super touch. Really good in his loin. Big, powerful hip. Young, youthful sheep that I think is pretty dang nice. And we follow him pretty easily with this blue lamb right here. This guy's long-sided. He's good to the touch. He's one that's got lots of power and lots of bone to him. Maybe not quite as fresh in that loin. But I think two really good sheep right there. You can swap those either way you like them. That's a really, really nice pair. We got a young lady right here in third hole. You look at this sheep. He handles good, and you step back and compare him to the other two, and he doesn't quite have the eye appeal and the look to him that the other two have. Getting a little deeper chested, isn't quite there today, but really good high-quality sheep up here in the top three. We got the next two sheep that kind of kept working their way up right here, and we get to this stage and this point. You got to make decisions and study this one. Deeper chested, his breastplate's dropping in this one. I like the power and the look to him. He's just getting a little mature. You can see that about his head. Really nice sheep here in 5. Good pattern, well-balanced, level top. Just don't have the power to stack up to the other two. But a really good class. Give him a nice round of applause.
Yeah, but I checked the ear tag man.
Your placings on that class, first goes to Kaylee Shoemaker. Second to Jacob Winland. Third, Morgan Harvey. Your fourth, Riley Thomas. Your fifth, Helen Habian. Sixth, Katie Ruckman. Seventh, Keaton Kermer. Eighth, Lila Winchester. Ninth, Alexis Zimbelman. Your 10th, Jaden Torres. Your 11th, Brogman Egerton. Your 12th, Kennedy Bragg. Your 13th, Archer Manning. Congratulations. Where's that? The base bid trailer for sheep is set up and now buying them south of the expo, which is over here on past the back of the hog barn going to the east, on over to the east there. So if you're wanting to sell your lambs here, they're ready for you at the trailer.
First call, class 15. First call, class 15. The base bid trailer for sheep is now accepting the lambs to be delivered to them, and it is in the usual spot down between the horse barn, or down by the arena. So go see Vicki Lanham down at the horse arena.
This will pertain to those that will be going over to the U show this evening and taking animals. You have the option to wear whichever shirt you wish, whichever shirt of your choice, and meet here at the arena to be taken over as a group at 5:15. Those people going with animals over for the U Championship Extravaganza.
All right, a good class here. Young man's blue sheep, just a really stout one. He's out on his corners. He's one that's big-footed and big powered and just kind of puts everything together we talked about today. I just think this one wins the class pretty handily. He's a good sheep. And then we follow him up one that's very similar in the type, just not quite as clean-fronted and fresh in that loin, but a big stout one that's big-featured and just kind of rolls in there in second. We've got a real pretty one here in third. She's given up a little power. He's given up a little power out here to the two ahead of him. I think that one would have been a notch more competitive in the last class. He's kind of appears to be a little light at this stage, but this one's built extremely well. We just need to add some more power to this guy. We've got one here in 4 that's got plenty of power. We get him on the move, and he kind of falls apart on us. He gets a little ugly in the front end, drops his neck, and I just like for this guy to present himself a little more up-fronted, especially on the move. When she's got him parked right there, I think he looks great. But we've got to be well-rounded out here in this show ring. Young man's sheep in 5. You study this one. He looks good from the side, but we get stacked up next to all these powerful ones. He isn't quite as square built, isn't quite as thick and powerful.
Your final placings on that particular class first goes to Mason Rookstool. Your second, Cole Flower. Third, Kinley Dressler. Your fourth, Riley Thomas. Your fifth, Carissa Ridachik. Your sixth, Ethan Henry. Your seventh, Finn Martinez. Eighth, Chloe Cannon. Ninth, Emmy Bracken. 10th, Justin Slade. Your 11th is Kennison Bellinger. Your 12th is Gage Fritz. And your 13th goes to Abby Rathbun. This is your final division drive for Division 4 in blackface.
Last call, class 15, blackface. Class 15, Lila Winchester.
When we study this division drive, the white pelted sheep, I like this class. I thought it was super stout and super tight. You study these two, they pattern up extremely nice. Very shallow, very immature in their head and front end, and you just really, this one wedges from front to rear, and just a really cool made set of sheep right there, that pair in that class. This young man's sheep right here, that won the last class, super stout. He's out on his corners. He's blowed apart. He's plenty. get up over the top of him, and he's almost a little wider chested than he is butted. But that guy, you've got to commend him for as powerful as he is. And he's got him in great shape considering how mature that thing is. Wanting to get a little dry in the loin, but when you got one that lean, they're going to be that way. I think it's a super tight trio of sheep right there. To me, we're going to go with our two lighter weight sheep in this division and use them for champion and reserve. And anyway, super close on the third hole right here.
Your champion goes to Kaylee Shoemaker, and your reserve goes to Jacob Windland. Congratulations. We have one more class after this, and then our division championship. And then I want to remind those in the Market Lamb show, then you will all be coming back here to show for overall grand, reserve, third, fourth, and fifth. So I hope you're all thinking about that.
Yeah, Will Howard has a Buckeye Maddie. That's what I say. Yeah, every time I say, I'm like, I select Ohio State better still. And they're like, no. Or like they defend them saying Free State's better. I'm like, well, you guys have ruined yours.
Way to go, ring boss. Way to go, ring boss.
Last call, class 16, blackface. Last call. Okay. Division winners, we need to think about coming this way.
super stout heavyweight division right here. We've got the young ladies lamb. I think our combination sheep out here in terms of style and balance and power. You study him, he's pretty clean, he's pretty immature. When we get to this stage, I know some of these guys mature out and get ugly and go through a lot, but this one right here, I think he just kind of our combination sheep here in the class. Just really smooth made, powered up, big footed, big featured. He's going to do it pretty good. This is the one that I had in two that I had win in the class. And the more I study him, the more I'd like to just crack this guy open all the way through. He's a little narrower chested. Carries that all the way back to his back two. You get over the top and behind him, he doesn't quite have the flare and the stifle. Good top, good rack in this one. Beautiful profile on him compared to everybody in the class. Anyway, we just got to make him a notch thicker. You get down to the blue sheep right here, they're giving up power to the ones ahead of them, but I think the one that lands in line next with terms of power and muscle is going to be our third place sheep. Really cool from the side. Just don't quite have enough to him to beat the two ahead of him. Kind of the same here in the one in four. You like this guy from the side view, his rack shape, his rib shape. He's getting a little washed out in his loin, a little pinched in that loin. We just like to freshen him up just a notch. We've got a big sheep to end out the top five. Really good and square in his lines. He just needs to have more power front to rear to play with the ones ahead of him. But a good class. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Placings on that particular class. First goes to Heidi Mingarelli. Second, Kaylee Shoemaker. Your third was Caleb Baying. Your fourth, Jackson Bear. Fifth, Emma Ackerman. Sixth, Chloe Cannon. Seventh, Addison Maxwell. Eighth, Lila Winchester. Ninth, Elena Henry. 10th, Vanessa Jones. 11th, Landry Laws. And your 12th, Ava Bales. This is your final class in the ring at this point for the last class in Division 5.
If you are a division winner in 5 through 8, you need to be making your way to the holding area for the blackface selection. Divisions 5 through 8, blackface. First and second in those divisions, please.
The super heavyweights here, just a really good set pair right here in the top of the class. Young ladies, super powerful sheep right here to win it. Just really blowed apart, big-footed, big-featured, lots of power and lots of muscle. This one here in second, pretty intriguing. Super shallow and up-fronted and extended in that front end for one this size. You study him. I just like to blow him apart, freshen him up, just, you know, add some more mass and muscle to that really killer skeleton that he's got. I think that one could be pretty intriguing. We got another one here in three. This sheep right here handles pretty good. He's getting that tick soft and tick mature. When she props him up, he looks good. We get him on the move. He gets a little more down fronted, a little more conventional in his overall appearance. Some of that is just due to his maturity and where he's at in his life stage. We get to this sheep in four. You study this guy. He's pretty lean, man. They've been exercising the heck out of him to keep him as lean as they can. But that Father Time kind of caught up with him as far as his maturity in that front end and chest, floor, and head. He's just getting a little old today. We've got one right here in five, just kind of kept hanging in there and hanging in there. He's got a good pattern. He's a little raw in his loin edge. Trying to keep him lean from getting too fat. We kind of crashed the loin just a notch. But a good class. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Placing first in this last class was Allison Reitchik. Second, Claire Rogers. Third, Finn Martinez. Your fourth, Devin Frost. 5 was Quinn McKee. Your 6th was Quinn McKee. Your 7th was Kennison Belliger. Your 8th was Kinsley Mason. Your 9th was Weston Coing. Your 10th, Maya Nair. 11th, Cole Maxwell. Your 12th, Grayson D. Maxwell. 13th, Cole Maxwell. And 14th, Carter Manning. Now in the ring is your final drive of the Division 5 Blackface Market Lambs.
All right, as we study these two in the heavy division, I think they're two high-quality sheep. They definitely have some differences. When you park them on the side view, there's not a lot of change in either one of these. You know, maybe make them a tick shallower and a tick more immature, but if that was the case, they wouldn't be in the heavy division usually. And you study these guys, they both handle really good. They handle good in their loin, good down their top. They're fresh, yet they're firm. They're not overdone. Granted that, you know, we got some maturity issues in both of these, but I think where it separates, we get them on the move. The littler sheep, he just wants to suck down and go to the middle, and that don't help him because that's where I want to fix him anyway when we prop him up, is elevate that chest floor and just, kind of clean up that front end. The last class winner, you study him. He looks great from the side. He looks good on the move. I think he checks the most boxes, so we're going to use him as our champion, and we'll come back and use our class winner in the first class of the heavy division for reserve. Good job, y'all. Thank you.
Your champion for all the divisions are coming back in, so you want to do the exact same. We run the 5 right down the middle and right down the middle. Okay, just one lap? Okay, we'll try to back them up. I'll try to stand here and get them to stop here. Okay, so you'll want to walk them again? But you want us to just lap them once, stop them? Okay. Okay.
Your champion in Division 5 goes to Allison Ritchek, and your reserve to Heidi Mangarelli. Congratulations. We will now bring all of those champions and reserves of the Blackface Division in for grand and reserve selection. Right. Those coming back in Division 1 should be Addison Belt and Emery Yoho. Division 2, Lakin Rookstool and Emery Yoho. Division 3, Kaylee Shoemaker and Carter Watson. Division 4, Kaylee Shoemaker, Jacob Windland. And in Division 5, your Allison Ritchek and Heidi Mangarelli.
Last call for all division winners, or breed winners, excuse me.
this is just getting this, then all of those other breeds come in. So his big speeches could wait for the next rib.
You're gonna make me relay that message?
Huh? You know what I mean?
Make me relay that message?
Just let him know, say, hey, you got another drive going to come right in with the two you pick here. He knew what he wanted.
And your overall for the whole deal with your other breeds comes back in after this, just a reminder.
All right. A really good medium wool show. It's been fun, lots of quality, especially in the top end. You know, you go to a show and you just hope you can have enough sheep there that you like, that you can use, that'll pattern up, and when you get done in the end, that they're consistent. I've always been a judge that I thought was pretty dang consistent. If you don't like what I pick, that's fine, you know, but surely you can come out here and look at these and be like, yeah, I know what he picks. And that's all you can ask from a judge is just be consistent in what they do. And I think all these guys line up pretty consistently. There's differences amongst them. Of course, there always is going to be. And there's going to be favorites. Everybody has theirs. And today it just happens to be my day to pick the one that I like. And, you know, you start at the lightweight. And I think, you know, as we went through the day, I thought that the top 2 or 3 pretty much in every class kind of surfaced pretty quick with their pattern and their soundness, their muscle, their skeletal width and dimension, power down the top, freshness of loin, you know, just kind of everything, the basics, you know, the trends nowadays with the shag and all the bells and whistles, that adds the look to it. I don't put a lot of emphasis on it, but I think it does matter, you know, kind of in the back of your mind. That I talked yesterday about presentation, and that adds to it. And there were some sheep that come in that I just fell in love with, bam, because they're presented extremely well. They're getting showed, number one. Showmanship is so critical. You know, I noticed out here, we show a little different in Texas than we do in Kansas, and you just roll with it. But we spend a lot of time placing feet, you know, and stuff that touch all these feet, and then you get in front of them and they move them anyway. And that's always really bugged me. I'm one to just get into them, drive them, make them stick their back legs, bounce the front end. And if it ain't right, then we fix a foot. That don't take much time. You know, giving the judge a bad look, standing there placing all the feet is way detrimental than getting into one, making him fire, making him look, and making him look like a show sheep as quick as we can. Just a little hint right there for the future. But we get to these sheep and we study them. That one's a good one. You know, you like that sheep. He's built super sound, super complete. You know, you can tweak on each one of these and make them better here and there. This one's got tons of power. You look at it. He just blowed apart back there in that stifle, that center stifle. He's out on his corners. He's big in his rib. That one's pretty cool. We got the one in Class 3. I thought that was a really cool pair of sheep right there. Very different, though. When it boiled down to it. I took the little prettier one. What kind of separated, you get up over the top of this, and this one to me is a little deceiving because I step back and I keep trying to tell myself he's not as thick as he is. You get up over the top of him, that one has a huge center rib. Like his rib turned to his rib is crazy. Big rack, big backed. It's so big, he almost looks like he needs a little more hind end, which I study him and I'm like, hey, I can live with what he's got because of the other attributes that he possesses. We get to the next class. Here's a powered up sheep. This class, this pair right here, man, a lot of back and forth on these two. You know, right now, just studying them, you know, I really like that pair of sheep. I think they're very similar, powered up, big, stout, big-footed, my kind of sheep that I like a lot. You know, they don't get crazy in any one aspect. We don't find just stuff that's mind-blowing, but I think they're very solid, really good show sheep. We get to the heavies. Those are always a challenge. I think we wound up with one that was pretty immature for his size. I mean, that's a big sheep, but yet he's cool-fronted. He's cool-headed. You know, you just kind of study him. It's like, wow. He kind of blended in the pack to begin with, and then I finally saw him, and I'm like, hey, I like that one. He's probably going to win this deal. So he won the class. But as we get done, we start studying him. I think there's 3 or 4, that I wish we could go better than 2 deep in this deal. That are kind of my favorites out here in this show today in the Blackface Drive. There's one I think is really unique, and just that front body and rib and everything. I'm probably going to say I wish he had a touch more hind end, but a lot of that is just due to the way he's built and his rib and his center body. But the young lady right here standing in the middle, she'll be our champion Blackface.
I'm sorry.
Your champion Blackface Lamb, Kaylee Shoemaker. Your reserve champion Blackface Lamb, Carter Watson. Congratulations. They will now be doing the overall Grandin Reserve and top 5 lambs, and it will take into a compass all breed champions previous today and these crossbreds from the market division.
Need the mic? Five deep. Do you want this?
A really good show today. I've enjoyed it. I really appreciate the opportunity 4 or 5 years ago to evaluate this stock show, and anyway, I get a chance to kind of travel around and do a couple every year, and it's always an honor and a privilege. I hold the stock show industry dear to my heart. It's what we do for a living. We raise show animals and have done for full time for 25 years. I was in extension prior to that, and I grew up showing, and it's just been our life and our livelihood, you know, as a family, and raising kids in this industry. You just can't beat it. I mean, this is, to me, the best way to do it. When they get done, they learn a lot of skills and a lot of things in life that just carry them through and make them better humans. With that being said, really good lineup out here. We got to pick 5, you know, all the way down through the breed shows and the blackface show. And, you know, this sheep that wins the blackface division, really good one. Commend her on bringing me a super nice sheep. We'll make her grand champion. Young man will follow it up with the reserve right there. Now when we get to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th overall, you know, that I always thought this was pretty cool, and then we started adding this, and that gives some of the breed sheep a chance to hang a banner, you know, they may not ever been able to do. The Dorset's pretty phenomenal. I'm not a big Dorset fan. And anyway, but I think this one out here today just kind of puts it together the best of what's out here, and we're going to make this one the 3rd overall. As we study the next ones, you know, you got that really cool little down. We raise a lot of South Downs at our house and show a bunch of them. Really cool fronted. Man, that dude is cool fronted. If we could put some muscle on this one, I'd take him home. He's not thick enough for me, but I really like his design and his eye appeal from the side. Really cool little speck right here in the middle. Just a good sound show sheep. You study him, there's not a lot wrong with him. We maybe can make him better in areas, but just a good sound one. He's sound on his feet and legs. He's got some muscle and a good design. Pretty stout little hair sheep here, the Dorpers. We got a lot of those. We actually raise a few of them ourselves. Not show sheep, but we run some commercial sheep, and that one's pretty good. He's got a big old hip in him, lots of leg, a lot of center stifle. I'd like to maybe make him a notch more attractive, but he's a typical Dorper. He's hard-headed, but anyway, lots of muscle here. We're going to make our spec the 4th overall, followed up with the South Down for 5th. Anyway, again, I appreciate it. We'll see you this evening.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista
Thank
Once
you,
SQ,
Judge.
the most
Your final
comprehensive
placing
respiratory
for Graham
vaccine
goes to
covering
Kaylee
more causes
Shoemaker,
of BRD,
Reserve Graham
including
Carter
these
Watson.
2. No other vaccine covers both.
Your
So for
3rd
more
overall
coverage,
is the
make
Dorset,
it Bovolus Vista
shown
Once
by
SQ.
Macy Hensley. Your 4th overall is the Speckle Face, shown by Graham William, and your 5th overall, your South Down, shown by Quinlan Yoho. Congratulations to all exhibitors.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these 2. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
Thank you all. That concludes the show here.